here we go. That microphone is on. Welcome, everyone. Happy Friday, October the 27th of 2023. There we go. What happened to our screen? All that lava's disappearing. We need better views here. Let's see if we can move that up a little bit and see a lava. We like lava. There we go. Got rid of the clouds. It's magic. Anyway, welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you are watching VolcanoX live stream. It is a Friday. Happy Friday, everyone. And I'm feeling in a relaxed mode today. So, did a bunch of work and did get home a little bit earlier and kind of relaxed a little bit. And thought, well, we'll see what's going on around the world. I did take a peek, didn't see a heck of a lot, other than a whole bunch of things shaking in Iceland still, although not as much. Buzzing noise. Yeah, we probably have buzzing noises in the background. That is fans that are going. Unfortunately, there's not a darn thing I can do about it. And that's for right now anyway, unless somebody wants to give me like 20 grand and I can buy some new computers, set them in the other room, and make it really quiet in here. So oh, that kind of stuff. Anyway, glad to have you all on board, and we'll start out by saying good evening and hello to our wonderful moderators. We have Arizona Snowman, and we have Piggy, who's going home tomorrow. She'll be back at her own home. So she's going back, and that's due to, well, she's actually going home a couple days early. She was scheduled to go home on Monday, and the reason they kind of hurried it a little bit is her friend that is actually out there with her, her friend's dog, is not doing very well, and they thought that they best expedite the exit from roads and get back over to a cost. So we're hoping that the dog is okay, but we'll see what happens in the very near future there. And all the best wishes for Piggy's friend's dog. Hope it survives. Anyway, let's get on. So we got the Arizona Snowman and Piggy. We also have Sue and Yvonne Kunkel and Siggy and a CND boy and maybe Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, amongst others. Yesterday, Mona Lisa Smiles popped in at the end there as well. So lots of moderators, and they're all very good people. So we're happy that they're here, and just keep in mind and treat them with respect if they say something. But usually they're pretty friendly, so no big deal there. And yeah, poor Piggy and now Piggy's friend's dog and all kinds of things. But well, at least they figured out what caused Piggy's stroke and stuff like that. So hopefully things will progress and be on the mend here if they can keep her kind of in check for now. And of course the doctors are definitely looking at how to expedite this process instead of waiting 6 months before doing the hip surgery. They want to get it done a little bit quicker, and I think that might be something that is prudent to get done fairly quick. The big problem is because of the heart issue. So right now they'll see, so she may be able to get that done in about 2 or 3 months. Anyway, let's not worry so much about that right now. Let's basically get around and take a look at some of the other places around the world that have issues and things going on. We'll take a quick look at Hawaii real quick and pop over there and see what we got going on at our wonderful Helema crater. There it is right there, and let's see if we can crank it up just a little there. Anyway, yep, central area, the old lava pond right in here, what's left of it. We've got some venting, the old west vent right in here, and you can see steam rising around the edges of Helema, and of course a lot of steam slash smoke coming from this area over here, as well as up on the back ridges and places. So lots of steam coming out from what we can see. That means there's heat underneath there. That means we may see something. You can see some in the foreground here as well. And of course in the back, a southwest vent though on the wall there. Not doing a heck of a lot. I'm not going to worry about that. So all good that way. I'll leave that one be. I'm going to make that smaller. We'll go to the still shots real quick. Refresh those and take a look and see what we've got. So this one is from at 13:01 today. You can see that big steamer over there. That was the edge of Helema, so you can see that in the background, and then steam coming out of the wall in the back as well, and on back there as well on the northern side. And again, this area here seems to be the hot spot, so you never know, it might erupt from there. We'll see what happens in the future. Let's pop it over to the B1 cam, have a look at it. This is of course on the eastern side of the Kilauea crater, and there you can see the steam kind of in a row there, and that is the edge of Helema. The rest is just Kilauea, and seeing little bits of steam in the other spots. Hard to tell what's coming out here, but we can definitely see that stuff coming out of the walls, as well as up in the top areas there. So interesting to see that. Anyway, let's leave that one be. That is the B1 cam there, and we're going to do a refresh on the thermal and just see what it looks like. So yep, pretty cool in the background here, and that is the eastern portion. Looking at our central region here, there's our lava pond, Pig Island, and this is the area that all the smoke is coming from, and these are our hot spots over here, and this is the west vent area that we used to look at. Oh, hang on, where's my I need to get rid of that ribby thing on the bottom and get my mouse working. How can I be pointing at things? Oh, hang on, it's a hamster. So yeah, the lava pond is there, and the Pig Island is right there. The steam slash smoke is mainly coming from that area. This down here though is where the hot spots are, and that's the old west vent area right in this spot here. And I'm hoping that is coming through. We'll go down a little bit on the bottom here and see nothing new, really wild or hot down on the bottom end. So that is interesting. Anyway, we'll leave that be for Hawaii for right now. Actually, I'm going to put it back on this one so I know where it is. And let's pop over. Well, I know everybody wants to know what's shaking in Iceland. Let's go over to the Icelandic earthquake map real quick and have a look. In the last 24 hours, the numbers have dropped big time. 352 quakes is what we were seeing, and just wanted to point this out. A wonky donkey's been going nuts out here on the Rakens Ridge, and he's been drilling holes all over the place. Some of these are quite a ways out, but they don't have true depths listed on them, and that is a little bit of a problem. All of them are showing 5.2 clicks down, and I don't believe that. I think those depths are different, but it is what it is. There's one that's at 5.1, so this one's 5.2 clicks down as well. Nonetheless, the bigger ones are mostly out here on the Rakens Ridge, whereas we get back over here and look at the majority of the swarm, and it is definitely here on Thorbjorn, and there is where majority of it is, just south, and including the Blue Lagoon and the power plant, of course. And I told a Wonky Donkey to stay away from the hotel, so he hasn't done any more damage there. He did drive underneath it a few times, and I told him not to do that. Donkey's going nuts, yeah, you bet. Anyway, the 3.6s and stuff like that. This one 4.7 clicks down. This one is a 3.95, 3.7 clicks down. 2.94, 5.1 clicks down. I'm just curious about the depths to see if we're seeing any magma rising. And so far, it's pretty darn hard to tell. Yesterday, most of everything was around the 5 to 5.5 kilometer mark down. Today, most of what I'm seeing so far is somewhere around 3 or 4 kilometers down. So, are we seeing a rise in magma? That is hard to say at this point in time. I don't know, and there might be. How many quarters did Yvonne put in that vibrating bed? I don't know. She won't. None, she says. Oh, it's an automatic one. It's just turn it on. It's a high-end hotel. They don't have a quarter thing. You use your credit card there, Henry. 2.66. That one's a little shallower. Okay, and that's only 433 meters down. A little bit scarier there. This one, 2.3 clicks down for that, 2.61. So, are we seeing magma rising? And that is something we have to wonder. 2.3 clicks down for that, 2.23. What about this one? 3.9. What's this one? 2.5 clicks down. This is 2.8. So, not yet, but it could change quickly, and if we will have an eruption, it will be southwest 1 again. Oh, will be a long one? Is that what you were trying to type? A long eruption? Yeah, a long one. I'm hoping it'll be a long one. That is something that I really do want. Anyway, it'd be something interesting. What the heck? Your spelling is gone wacko there, Yvonne. Hey, easy. It's a kid's channel. Anyway, while we're looking at that, I don't want to go through all the quakes. We will look at this though, and this is kind of a report on the Reykjanes Peninsula, southwest Iceland. A seismic swarm continues, and this was put out, I guess, this morning. And there we can see, and look what they're showing on here. Magma accumulation at 10 kilometers in depth, right in here. So, what is this area? Anyone familiar with this area? I think everyone knows. This is called a Erupción. And I'm wondering why we're seeing the quakes over here if the magma is over here. Darn it, we need that over. We need more quakes over here. We need one. Where is it? Well, we can't really zoom into that, can we? No, that's just a solid picture. I was going to say we need one right around here somewhere. Yeah, a place called Ragnar. That would really be nice. Pressure shift. Yep. We'll see what happens with this, and hopefully we will see something going on there. I'm not sure what that's about, but we'll leave that one be. Anyway, it says seismic swarms continues. Over 4,000 quakes were recorded in the Reykjanes Peninsula last night, of which 14 events exceeded a magnitude of more than 3. or M3. Most of the activity has occurred between those two places here. I'm not even going to try the pronunciation, but 2 to 6 kilometers in depth. The IMO scientists find their seismic unrest triggered by stress generated by continuous ground deformation at Fraga del Fial. So I'd love to see a new ground deformation map for that area, but if that is indeed what's happening, if this area is lifting up and we're seeing the stress breaks over here, that is interesting. So ground deformation measurements at the two locations there have shown no significant change related to the ongoing seismic swarm north of Grindavik so far. A GPS station and of east of Fastarfjalt started showing a movement in the southeast linear area. Measurements might indicate the presence of magma at depth along the continuation of the northeast to a southwest trending dike intrusions. We have formed, which have formed under Fraga del Fial since 2021. So interesting to see. So it says the currently no precursor of magma intrusions beneath Thorbjorn / Grindavik area up to now, but the activity may change rapidly and expand within a short time span from hours to days. The new phase of the seismic swarm commenced on the 25th, and largest quake they're showing is a 4.5 in it. So that gives you a little bit more info on what we got happening. So the magma is sitting under Fraga del Fial, and the uplift is happening there. I wish we had the uplift map for that area, but it's nice to know that these are stress cracks or breaks because of the uplift here. Very, very interesting. So as for now, it's similar to the 2021 eruption. Yvonne, was there any guesstimate as to how much magma is sitting underneath Fraga del Fial? That is a curious question that I had. I don't know if there were any readings or anything that you might have seen that would indicate that. What kind of size of a magma chamber are we seeing? I honestly don't know. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. DJ Puff says about 4 pints. And well, one lava truck holds a heck of a lot more than 4 pints. Anyway, let's get over to some of the wonderful scenery, and we will work on the rest of it in a little bit. We'll go take a look at the photos and views of Iceland right now. This, of course, is one of our wonderful cameras. Not showing it high quality here. Let's get that fixed up. Anyway, you can see the silhouette of our wonderful Keilir up here in the northern end of Fraga del Fial, and of course we do see our capital city. The lights are brightly shining off in the distance, and that is causing that silhouette. And that is Reykjavik, and seeing a little bit of steam or something come out right there. Let's back that up a bunch and see what the day looked like. So we're going back about 6 hours, and no, that's not steam, that's just that thing. It fooled me twice already. It won't do it a third time. That is Rebbe, that's our Rebbe vent right there. Keilir in the background, and the lava flow field. Let's back that up a whole bunch. I don't think it was very sunny there today from the looks of things. Looks like a little bit of steam. They may have had some rain earlier as well. So let's leave that as what it is, put it back on live, make that one smaller, go to the next one. And this one is always of interest because this is sitting right on top of Thorbjorn. And of course, that is where most of the quakes are happening. You can see Ragnar in the background here. And that is our wonderful Ragnar and Storyhuter over here. And some glowing UFOs moving along there in the sky. Anyway, this is the looking kind of northeast. Pretty much north, I guess. Anyway, I'm backing that up a little bit time-wise. This is about 6.5 hours ago. Not that bad of a looking day there. And if we go all the way back here, 11.5 hours or so, we don't see anything popping out anywhere. You do see the Atlantic Ocean off on the right-hand side. So a pretty cool shot, but no joy for that other stuff. Called lava. I want to see lava. Anyway, let's make the next one bigger and live here. That is the shot of Reykjavik, Reykjavik at the downtown core, and the beautiful city. And there you can see it from the Perlin Center, and there in Reykjavik, the capital city of Iceland. Let's back that up a bunch here and see what it looked like earlier for them. And I'm sure that today would have been okay too. There we go. Not bad looking. Still not that much snow up there. I guess that freak snow that they had left. But we still have snow here, so it is what it is. Anyway, that's not bad looking. We'll put that back on live and make that one smaller. Go to the next shot here real quick. And this is of Katla. Don't see too much there at Katla right now. And if we come back out of the dungeons of nighttime, we do see we had a lot of cloud there, so not very good visibility. If we go all the way back, it didn't look that good either. Go back in the middle here somewhere, we see a little bit more, but actually very little visibility of Katla whatsoever. And can't see off in the distance. Let's put that one back on live. We'll go grab the other two real quick. It is time for me to go take a break, but we'll just finish these off. I don't think we're going to be able to see much here. The other cameras are basically very dark or volcano gray with some water droplets on it. If we go back even further, you see more of that wonderful fog. Low-level clouds, and it's common for Iceland. Let's make that one smaller and go back to the one on the Reykjanes Peninsula, and that is of course the one that we kind of like watching here as of late because it covers anything that would pop open in these areas. Anyway, you can see the two radio communications towers and the lights of Grindavik there. You can see the light right there. That is the Blue Lagoon over there. And of course the steam geyser right here. You also see the lighthouse beacon going by. And the extra steam that's being let off over here by the power plant because they have more than enough heat down there creating steam. And of course you see the lights reflecting here. That is the capital city of Reykjavik. Anyway, if we back that up about 5-6 hours, gives you a pretty good idea of what it looks like during the day. And that wasn't that bad of a day if you were out there trucking around. Pretty awesome. And yep, that is what we got. So pluming there, venting there, and not seeing too much coming from this little field out front. There is some steam there though, so we know we still have lots of extra heat and steam underneath for them to vent off. So all cool. Let's get this back over here, and we're going to make that one smaller and go back to the canned lava, and we'll let that play while I take let me get on the right screen here and get that thing going, and let's see what happens. Alright, and my computer all of a sudden is acting really weird, and I don't know why. I don't know if it just doesn't love me. Why is this not moving? There we go. All right, we got it moving out of the fog. All right, I'm going to leave it right there. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick pop. Weird sounds. You shouldn't have any weird sounds. Where's the weird sound? Okay, I shouldn't have any weird sounds going. Bit rates are okay. Hey, Sue is here. You're here earlier than I thought you would be. And welcome. Yeah, Sue was gone there. She had an appointment, but got in anyway. All right, I'm going to go for that break. I'm a weird JB. Sometimes we wonder. All good. Okay, I'm going for that break. Hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't, and I'll be back. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And you know, I'm wondering of something. Welcome. I'm wondering something. I see it's okay. And this one is buffering. Is Kim Raudenbush getting closer? Oh, I'm kidding. He should be okay. Annie Lane, welcome back, and thank you for the welcome backs from Henry and Kevin and Tanto, and I'm falling asleep, Hermione and Fluffy, and thank you Sue and JB, and returning welcomes from OneFish26. Thanks Ken and Annie and Hermione and Fluffy and Philomena as well. And let's see, I think I got everyone. All right, so welcome, and glad to have everyone here. Let's see, and we will park our canned lava temporarily and get over to the rumble charts, because that is what we want to look at next. And we want to kind of try to decipher what the heck is going on. Anyway, refreshing it so we are completely up to date. And there we go. So, you know, we seen this yesterday, and of course, seeing how intense all that activity is, you would have thought that we would have seen an eruption. Wow. Linda Schoof says, hiya, Doc. Did you miss me? Welcome, Linda, and nice to have you back on board. Linda starts the day off here for us with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Linda. And appreciate that. That is wonderful. And yeah, we always miss you. All right, so looking at the chart, we do see that we had quite a bit of an uptick this morning in the early hours of the day. Then it dropped back off. Now it's trying to rebuild. Now looking at our magmatic, it kind of dropped a little bit and came back up, but it's still hanging in there up at this higher level. And I think, to me, that's indicating we do have that magma chamber sitting underneath there. I'm just not sure when it's going to pop out. We do see our seismicity, the green one underneath here, kind of dipped down and went back up, and kind of is trying to play a level game here, but I don't know what's going on with it. We'll see what happens with all this extra pressure and movement, if it is indeed uplift that's happening in Erupción. I think we're seeing some of that there as a repercussion over at Thorbjorn and the Blue Lagoon area there, where everything is happening as far as the quakes are concerned. But some of those quakes are still fairly large, and what we refer to the larger ones, once they're over that 4 in magnitude, are kind of rock busters. And if that's what's happening there, well, it could be busting rock there and trying to head up, but you never know if that magma chamber is mostly sitting underneath Erupción. We want to see it go. Now, something that Yvonne did mention, she says if we do get that eruption in Erupción, the complex there, or that system, it will likely be a long duration eruption again, so similar to Ragnar, and that would really be absolutely awesome and cool. So I'm hoping. Anyway, looking at the chart though, it kind of throws us for a little bit of a loop. Let's take a look at the one at Krusevik and see what it's doing. And there's Krusevik. It too had a rise in the magmatic line, and again we see a very similar drop in seismicity and a rebound at the end, and again we see that huge spike in there as well. Now this is a little bit further east and a little bit to the south, so slightly different patterns that we're seeing here, and I'm sure the HRV chart will show a little bit more intense activity than this one does at Krusevik. So let's take a look at that one next. And where is it? HRV, there it is. So yeah, exactly what I was kind of saying. There we can see that heavy action this morning, and quite a bit of a movement yet indicated here by what we're seeing. So lots of interesting stuff. Anyway, our magmatic line, it too did a little bit of a dip, and I came back up near the end of the day, and hard to see where that seismicity is, but we can kind of see it was coming back up right in this area. So I'm assuming it is roughly sitting somewhere in here as far as that level is concerned. So very interesting to see. This, of course, is on the eastern, kind of central eastern side of Fragata Fjord. That is just in between that and the Krusevik system. So good to see the activity here. Let's take a look at the Grindavik one real quick and see what we've got going on there. There's Grindavik's chart, and of course that same massive up spike in the morning, and the magmatic didn't quite go up as high there, but we do see that purple line coming up a little bit, and of course our seismicity, the green one, is mostly hidden there, but you can see it did come back up. It had that same kind of a dip and came back up. So and fairly busy there as well, as far as the amount of rumbling going on, or movement as we would call it. And it's, I don't know, it's going to be interesting to see what happens within the next few days. Grimsvall is kind of going wacko too. And let's see, what else we got here. Oh, I missed Grimsey. Where did Grimsey go? The island of Grimsey, it should be here. No? Where is it? There it is. So the island of Grimsey, way up on the northern end of Iceland, a lot different scenario going on there. We do see a rise in magmatic as well as seismicity, kind of equal to each other, and then seeing the tectonic movement is pretty much flat-lined and steady. So that, you know, from looking at the southwest to up here in the north, big difference as far as what we're seeing, but we do see that increase in magmatic and seismicity. So are we seeing a little bit more plate movement? You never know. And let's see, obviously, you know, the old Newton's law, for every action there's always a reaction, and we will likely see things that are going to kind of make us go, okay, this happened over here, that would explain the movement on the other side. Anyway, looking at Ausmundsbunga, that is just north of the Katla caldera, and we did see the uptick in magmatic activity as well, and kind of leveled out near the end here. Actually, maybe just a slight drop, but still there. So seismicity about the same, and not really too violent as far as tectonic movement. So steady as she goes for Katla. And Askia, on the other hand, about the same. Actually, it may have had a little bit more movement there from looking at the charts here. So magmatic was a little bit spikier, and seismicity had a little bit more of an uptick there where everybody else was dropping. So I'm kind of wondering what the heck is going on. And we see like it was up and then down, and then the other ones all came back up. This one stayed up and did a small drop and then popped back up here again. And as you can see, the tectonic line here Okay, I hope that is back on. We'll see and what it does. Yeah, it's the fish and chips memory. And that's, I have no idea what's in there. You want me to take a few dozen hours and tear it all apart and find out? Our one drive, what, or your drive might be infected with a virus. Yeah, it's got a virus. It's called McAfee. McAfee. You ever hear of it? It's a virus they give you with every computer purchase nowadays. Anyway, Askia, getting back to what's at hand here. So not anywhere near as much business happening there. What is a Comcast? I have no idea. And all right, we are going to take care of that real quick. Let's go in there, and we know that that is not good here. Okay, and who is? I don't know what you're referring to with a Comcast there, Danielle. I have no idea. You can maybe check with some other streams that are specialists in that kind of stuff. This is a volcano stream. So anyway, let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna have a Pepsi right away. But anyway, looking at what we had at Aska, it's pretty quiet. So we'll pop back over to the earthquake map. And of course, it's changed things here as well. Let me see if I can get back on that screen and get back over there. And hopefully it's still showing it all okay. So as we mentioned before about the amount of quakes that we're seeing, 355 currently there in Iceland. Up north here, it's nothing too crazy. We do have a few out in the water there, 1.7, 5.3 clicks down, 1425, and this one from 2032, 1.73 kilometers down, 2.33, 10 kilometers down, and that is from 6:23 a.m. and a couple of 1.1s down there, 5.1 clicks down, 7:31, and the other one from 9:51, 1.1 clicks down, 6:01 today. And then we've got this one, 1.3, 9.7 kilometers down from 15:28. And there we've got this one. This is a 0.93, 10.2 kilometers down from 2:01. And then that 1.3, 9.7 clicks down. Let's go and take care of these other ones. We don't see anything right at Askja, even though we've seen their chart kind of a wacko, and there are some really small ones out and about and close to it. 2219, a 0.9, 3.8 kilometers down for him. We got a 0.3, 2.3 clicks down. 23:10 is the time on that one. Thanks, Arizona Snowman. And 1.4. 6.3 kilometers down, 2107 for him, 0.6 there, 4 kilometers down from 1946, and it gives you just a rough idea. And that is here, the bright right there. Got a 0.66, 3.7 clicks down from 8:37 this morning. Like I say, nothing directly at Askja. And going further down, we don't see anything over here at Bardabunga either. We do have a 0.86 there, 12.6 kilometers down at 5:52 a.m. There's a second quake underneath there at 0.9, 5.5 clicks down, 5:52 is the time on that. And let's go over here. Grimsvatn had a couple of very small ones. A 0.5, 2.4 kilometers down, 16:52, and from 22:46 a 0, and that's 600 meters down. And looking at the other areas, nothing here at Katla, nothing at Eyjafjallajökull, and nothing over here at Torfajökull, and we do have a 1 at Hekla, a 0.86, and that's 874 meters down. A little odd, 6:23 this morning. And then other ones out here, 1.1, 8 kilometers down, 3:10 is the time on that one. And I'm just looking at some of the ones on the outsides here. 1.1, 4.4 kilometers down from 2 minutes after 10 p.m. there. And no, sorry, that is 8 p.m. My bad. and this one is 3:15 in the afternoon, a 0.4, 1.1 clicks down. But when we look at it in general, this is fairly new. This 3.4 here, 5.5 kilometers down, came in at 23.23. And it really does make you wonder, what have we got going on underneath that area right now? And again, if the magma intrusion is in fact here, and we are seeing kind of an uplift in the Fregatile Fault system, and this is residual cracking because of the uplift, it's going to be interesting to see. Yep, thank you, Mr. Snowman. And that's going in and out very quickly. Anyway, that is what we've got going on there. So just I thought we'd show those, and we did some of those quakes earlier. I'm not going to go reiterate all of them. There's just way too many quakes in Iceland to be able to do that with. So I'll leave that be. I'm going to put you back over on the canned lava, and of course we're going to have to try to get that going again. Make that a little bit bigger. There we go, and hopefully that will work. We'll see. I know that the bottom right screen is buffering. That was at the time of a recording, so I can't really fix that too well. I know it does go back to a normal in a little bit here. Let me see. We'll just advance it a little to try to get that going. That should be about good there. All right. For those good people who have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bump. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. And after the break, we will have bacon seeds. Yay! I love bacon seeds. Anyway, some from Piggy and some from me. So, all cool. Anyway, here's music. As soon as I go reload it, since when I rebooted, and that, of course, I got rid of it, and messes me right up every time. Let's throw this on and keep you happy. I'll be back soon. And there we go. That microphone is back on, and we'll keep her going here. So welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Scott Hartman and Sue, and Kevin Haynes is here. And thanks, DJ, and Henry as well, and JB also. And no, a thumb drive wouldn't do much difference there, JB. When I reload, the software automatically reloads the previous sequence that it had, so it saves it automatically. And welcome to Kathy, and saying aloha and all that nice stuff. So good to have you on board. All right, I did promise bacon seeds, so let's stop our canned lava. We'll get over to those wonderful bacon seeds. And this was the last one from yesterday. And yes, Piggy did send some of these. Some of them. She didn't send them all, though. And we'll see what we've got. Piggy sent some neat ones. Let's take a look. And this is one of the first ones. And I think we may have seen that before. But hey, I don't mind looking at it again. That is 3 different photos there. And looks like they're all out and about in the public. That's what's going on. And the one down on the bottom right there is definitely looking very obedient on his leash. So very cool. 3 little pigs. Yep, we got them. And next one is definitely a hogwash contender. And I think he definitely needs to get in the hogwash. We'll see what happens. Little piggy, what? Let me in. Yeah, and it's a definite. Anyway, I am surprised Sue didn't put hogwashes in there yet. Yeah. Long legs. Yeah, you bet. This guy looks like he could run. He's one of those speedy ones. Let's go take a look. And speaking of hogwashes, well, looky here. We got one that's in the hogwash. He's definitely getting some stuff going on. Not on the hair of the... Oh, yeah, and the chinny chin chin thing. Awesome. Let's get to our next one. Obi-Wan Piglet. Yes. That could be. The force be with you. May the bacon be with you. And here's a couple little cuties, and that is nice to see. And I don't think they need any hogwashes. The smile on the one with the up on the top there, he's just wonderful looking. And we'll leave that be. And the bottom one there looks like he's getting a little bit of a squishy face. It looks nice, so I like seeing them. Anyway, let's go to the next one, and that is this one here. Definitely an indoor style pig, and he's enjoying his little bed there. He come out to see what you wanted to take a picture of, and that is very cool. All right, let's get to the next bacon seed, and that is, oh, these two cuddling and having a nap. Always nice to have a nap with a friend, and that is really, really awesome. Gotta love that. They are very nice looking little animals. All right, next the bacon seed. We go to this one, and I think somebody's giving us the eye, and that is a pretty awesome shot. And yep, that is cool. I like it. Nice clean snout bopper there too, so good to go. What that's one is up to something. Yeah, he's got a little evil look on his face, the stink eye. Yep. What you talking about, Willis? Yep. And here's another one with some neat long ears. Gotta like that. Getting a little cuddle and a scratch behind the ears as well, and that is awesome. and I can't really tell if he's grinning too much there. I think he looks pretty happy. Doesn't look like he's running away or anything. So very, very awesome. And our next bacon seed is this guy looking at you. What you doing, Willis? Or what you talking about, Willis? Is perfect for this one. And what it is but a scratch. Yeah, gimme cookie. That is, I think, maybe something that he would be saying. And let's get to our last bacon seed for today. And there we go. And that is a screen full of happiness. And he's looking right at you. Look deep into his eyes. You'll be all right. And that is a wonderful looking bacon seed. And yeah, the first 6 were from Piggy, the last 4 were from me, so all good. And thank you very kindly, Piggy, for sending those in. I really do appreciate that. And I hope if you are listening that you do get safe travels tomorrow when you want to go back home. I want it. Oh, I want a little piggy like that too. Hypnosis by a bop. Yeah. Yep, that could be it, Henry. Look deep into his eyes. He will stare you down. And that'd be a pretty smirky. Anyway, let's leave that be, and we'll see if we can find these other wonderful places that we are supposed to be looking at. Hopefully they'll be working. And this is, I want to go next, and it's going to be Mexico. I got to find it first, and to see if we can make sure that we've got the right sized screens happening here. So let's go to Mexico and see. And Mexico did not show, so let's get rid of those two, and we'll get rid of that, and we'll pop it over to the other one and fix this as we go here. I'm going to do a recapture of, well, actually it'll be Guatemala first that I recapture, but it's because of the physical size of the screen. Let me do this, and we'll get that set correctly. All right, over to Popocatépetl. And there is Popocatépetl. Has some more snow on it. Don't know what it's been doing for eruptive activity. I didn't check too much. Does look like at 1749 we have a fair amount of pluming coming out of there, so obviously it hasn't stopped, and that is always interesting. There we see some more lighter material coming out. If we go further back in time, this is about 4 hours ago, very light colored puffy clouds coming out of it, and extra ones moving through. So hard to tell what's really coming from the volcano. This one here from 11:45 a.m. You do see a little bit of a puff coming out, but again, more clouds in the vicinity. So hard to say what's really happening there as far as heavy ash or anything like that. I don't think we have anything until we get further back in the morning. And this is here, and again, this is 6:33 a.m., kind of the golden time. We do see a fair amount of pluming coming out, but again, it looks like it's mostly gas rather than the tephra we were seeing the other day. And I thought this was kind of neat. Almost looks like 2 eyes in there for some gremlin. And there's our gremlin on the screen. If you look, you can see him, and that is pretty cool. Anyway, earlier, like I said, it looked like there may have been a little bit more material in there, the extras in the earlier time, so pretty cool. And this is as far back as we can go, 6:15 a.m., and that is what we're seeing. A fairly decent plume coming out, a little bit of a discoloration in it, so obviously some foreign debris or some other things. Gonna head out, good night, Dr. Fox and all. Linda Schoof, you take care, and thank you very kindly for that wonderful super chat at the beginning of the show. Appreciate that, and thank you. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow, and remember, tomorrow's show early start tomorrow, so keep that in mind, and that's all awesome. All right, let's put that back on live. That is Popocatépetl currently, so that's what we see there. Next one on our hit list is, hang on, I'm going to make this one smaller, is a Fuego. And right now, Fuego's not showing, but if I go back a little bit here, 2.5 hours ago, we did have it almost out of the clouds. Definitely some heavy clouds sitting in the area. They do have some weather coming through. They have, it is their, I guess, their kind of rainy or yucky season, and we aren't going to see a heck of a lot right now. So hopefully it'll clear up and we'll be able to get something out of it later on. I'm going to make that one smaller. I'm going to put it back on live first and make it smaller. There we go. Over to our next volcano. No, I don't need to translate. And this is a Masaya volcano in Nicaragua. And you can see the caldera out here. And of course, some of the gassing or off-gassing. And of course, they call it the degassing. But it is glowing a little bit because of the lava down in the bottom of that caldera. Let's go to the next one, Rincon de la Vieja. So going from Nicaragua further south, and this is into Costa Rica, and we can just barely see the edge of that caldera. It is a jungle shot. It is 18:18 their time, so 18 minutes after 6 p.m. It's gotten dark. Central America is pretty close to 12 hours for daylight and 12 hours of nighttime, so pretty awesome since they're a lot closer to the equator than we are. So that's what we're seeing there. Unfortunately, not that much. Oh, mummy of hamsters peeking out of the Lurkers Lounge. Welcome, oh, mummy of hamsters. Good to see you. And let's go to the next shot here, and I don't know what it would have done or messed up, but we'll see what we've got going on. Yep, they changed the screen a little bit. They've got some neat pictures down here. Nice shots here of some of these volcanoes, but we'll take a look. Anyway, bad weather, and they too are having bad weather at Villarrica down there in Chile. Unfortunately, not able to see too much. And oh, mummy of hamsters, thank you very kindly. Oh, mummy of hamsters. I'm writing that down. I gifted a 5-pack, and we see Amelia got one, and David Shoemaker, and Brandon Gray, and Quentin Sanders, and Rodman 5. I don't know who Rodman 5 is, but the other 4 we've definitely seen before, especially Amelia. So that is awesome. And nice gifting there, oh, mummy of hamsters, and we really do appreciate it. You are a very kind person for doing that. So awesome. Anyway, Villarrica, not that much happening. Like I said, I wanted to click on some of these photos down here just to see what they look like. That is not a bad shot. I wonder if, where is that? Oh, I should have hit the translate button, eh? Yeah. Second picture didn't show, so yep, I guess that's the way it goes. Next one is Alaska. That is Alaska, and that is pretty cool as well. And you can definitely see some smoke coming off of it, or steam, and looks like, yeah, deserty area for volcanic activity. Pretty cool. And where's this one? This is another one that is very, very snow covered. And yeah, I'm just going to leave that as a B. I don't know which volcano that is. That's okay. Well, I'll leave those a B. Anyway, let's put that back on the other page. I don't normally deviate from there, but that's what we got going on. So Villarrica not visible. Let's go to our next one, and we'll pop over there. That is still intact, so let's try working with that. That is Merapi, and we'll see if Merapi will make us happy. 7:23 p.m. there right now at Merapi. Oh, sorry, a.m. I should say, not p.m. My bad. And we do see quite a bit of gas coming out of the top of that volcano. Let's back it up a bunch here and see if we can see some lava flowing at night, and maybe some wonderful bacon views. And so far we're not batting 100 here, so this is not good. No, bad. Yeah, not the greatest of visibility. So yeah, visibility really bad. So unfortunately, Merapi is not going to make us happy. Let's go to the next one, and this is New Zealand, and we can definitely see that one, and that is Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand. We can see the ski lift up here, not operating obviously, and the ski hill is starting to lose a lot of snow, so that's pretty awesome and interesting. And they're zooming in a little bit. They'll pan around. You can see the little T-bar lift here, and not running and nobody on it, so pretty normal, I guess, for right now. And yep, I don't think we see anyone scooting around. Let's just get a generalized shot of it, though. This was earlier, and that looked pretty darn nice. And they zoomed out a little bit. You can see the clear skies. It's nice to see it a little bit better weather. This was at 12:42 p.m. their time, so zoomed out a mountain is what they call it. Very cool. So let's leave that one be. We're going to make that smaller again. That again is Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand. We'll go to the next one in New Zealand, and that is Taupo. And of course we want to make that a little bit bigger. There we go. And beautiful to be able to see that. Taupo of course has a very huge caldera. That is the entirety of that lake, and that is what we're seeing. And then you can actually see Mount Ruapehu in the background right there, that big white blob. That is not a cloud, that is Mount Ruapehu. So if you come out here to the wonderful Sun Court Hotel and Conference Center there in Taupo, you could stay in a room and have a view of the super volcano in the foreground, and the really massive Mount Ruapehu in the background, and multiple other volcanoes off in the distance. So that is really cool to be able to see that. No flea market today, and that'll happen tomorrow, and we'll see what goes on then. Oz is here. Welcome. Good to have you on board. No white stuff here. Yeah, there's no thing like snow there. Not in Brisbane. Maybe down in Tasmania, but not in Brisbane. Actually, I think there's a few places down there where they do get some colder temperatures. Kind of in between Sydney and Melbourne, from what I recall, they had some snow. So they do get snow there in Australia. For those people who don't know, there is snow on occasion. Luna is due around Christmas time. Cool. Anyway, let's leave things be, and we're going to make that one smaller, and put that back to normal, and put it back on Merapi. We'll get over to our next one, and that is Semeru. And Semeru is where our wonderful Yvonne Kunkel is right now. And that is not live. Let's put it on live. There we go. And hopefully it'll stay up there with the quality. And that is what it's looking like. So I don't know if we see Yvonne wandering by, grabbing some lava rocks. We'll know. She needs to get me some more lava rocks. I want a rock from Krakatau and Merapi and Semeru. That's her task, right? Maybe? Do you think I'll get one? I doubt it. But I could wish. Anyway, that's what we got going on there. Looks pretty awesome. If we go back in time here, we could see it a little bit more during the evening, and unfortunately no major glow though from up there at the top of the volcano, and that is kind of neat to be able to see that. Let's see, yeah, you can see there's some pluming there and the occasional bug streak going by, so we know there's some off-gassing and some little bit of rumble up there, but nothing really too major. Getting back a little bit more, there we go. And of course the moon is lighting things up. And remind me, before I take off for the break, I'm going to show you an interesting picture where Iceland actually has 2 moons. We're going to show you that. Anyway, I want to make that one smaller, and that is it for Semiru. Want to see if Lava TV Cabs is now on. Streamed 21 hours ago. No, let's see if we got something newer. Yep, that was yesterday. So we really aren't going to see too much from this. Let's see if we move that ahead here. And that's what they were seeing. And if we go take a look at the closer up view that he had, you do see some off-gassing and definitely high plumes up there. And if we go just looking at it in general, those clouds just kind of hung there and clung there, and clingy clouds, and that's what we've got going on. And then obviously there's some off-gassing happening, and other clouds moved in, and they got bigger and bigger. So not good for that kind of stuff, but that is from Mayon. They're on Luzon Island in the Philippines, and that is always nice to see. Let's make that one smaller. We'll go to our next volcano. Not seeing anything new here from, I'm going to refresh it, from Taal Meditation, and no, he hasn't streamed anything. So Madame Rutsa it is. Let's see what Madame Rutsa is showing for Taal. There's the pluming, you can see it, and she just does the shorts here, so it's nice to be able to see the amount of SO2 and gases. Well, we see the amount of steam coming off of there, as well as over here in the other portion of the caldera. So definitely something happening at Taal as it continues to off-gas. So pretty cool to be able to see that. And this is, yeah, October, yeah, this is October 27th at 6:30 a.m. for them. Mountain Dew, is it what it is? Mountain Dew? That's awesome. Anyway, let's leave it on there. It is time for me to take another break. I'm going to go put you back on that canned lava. And when we come back from the break, we will carry on with our other volcanoes. So we'll get that lava moving. Hopefully the screen won't freeze up again. The computer is bugging me. You know, it's the updates. Every once in a while we get one of those updates that it doesn't like, but hey, it is what it is. Anyway, for those good people here, if you haven't yet bumped that like button, give it a quick shot. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away, everyone. More to come. Thanks. we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream, and of course on the screen. And I did turn that off, but we'll turn it back on. That little Rebbe vent there in Iceland, of course, and we're hoping that he's going to have some friends soon. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Mummy of Hamster saying welcome back, Uncle Doc, oink oink oink, and thanks as Sue and Scott and Henry and OneFish26. Appreciate that, you guys. All right, so let's park our can lava. We're going to carry on with other volcanoes around the world, and we'll see what we've got going. The next one we want to go to is a place that also has received some snow, and in addition to just me here, and that is Yellowstone National Park, and there we go, Yellowstone. Thanks, Kananaskis country. And yep, definitely a coating of white powdery substance all over the place there in Yellowstone. That is a Yellowstone National Park. And there are over 500 active geysers there, and it's always a worthwhile viewing. I don't know what that's about. Oh, and there it switched scenes. I guess they moved the camera or something. But yep, looking pretty decent. I don't see any people running around, but we do see snow on the sidewalks, and they're panning around a little bit. Must be cold there. It does look like it. Anyway, a snow-covered area, so pretty cool, pretty awesome to be able to see that, and I hope everyone is going to enjoy that. The winter season coming upon Yellowstone, looking for Sasquatch. Yep, so am I. I don't see any running around here. There could be some hiding in these trees. It's so easy for them just to stand still and pretend they're a tree, and we'll never see them. Darn it. It happens. Anyway, for those people who didn't see my message earlier, there is still one bunny eating in the bunny dome, and he looks like he's taking his time. He did come into the yard when I seen him there, and he did come to eat when I told him to, so good bunny. I like that. Anyway, no Sasquatches seen there. Let's leave that be, and we will go over to our wonderful Japan. Let me get the right one here. Japan, where are you? There you are. Oh no! Sue, quick! Get in the speedboat. Get that ice cream boat. It's taken off. Speedboat, Sue. Get the speedboat. You can catch it, and they can only go like about 15 knots, 20 knots. That speedboat goes like 70 knots, so it's a lot faster. Anyway, Sue will catch them. She's on her way getting our ice cream. Awesome, Sue. And anyway, while we're looking at this, in addition to the ice cream boat, we also have this thing in the background, and that's called Sakurajima. It's an active volcano, and of course it is not doing too much right now. Let's take a look at the other shots here, and we're going to end up with commercials. No, maybe not. Not seeing too much there. It's 9:44 a.m. there in Japan. Of course, this one doesn't allow us to go back right now because they changed the settings once again, but that's what we've got going on. So pretty cool, pretty awesome. Somebody was supposed to remind me about the moon shot. I gotta show you that the photo right away. Whoops, let's get this one going. This is the close-up caldera or crater cam for Sakurajima. You can see the gases just kind of hanging, lingering just out in front of the view that we normally have. We do still see some venting coming from that smaller vent here, and then we know there's several up in the main caldera up top. So doing its thing, and that is our wonderful Sakurajima. Let's go to our next one, and that is Aso. and it's been raining at ASO, so ASO has a lot more water in its little caldera there, and it is steaming quite a bit. You can see that in addition to the cloud going by, but let's back that up a little bit and see if we can spot just the steam coming out. Oh, and that ain't gonna work. Nope, that ain't gonna work either. What about right there? Nope, that is definitely not working. And a little further back. Nope, I don't think so. So we're looking at the best shot that we can possibly get right now. And that is ASO. That is just... no, I didn't show it yet. I forgot. I forgot to do that. I'm gonna do that right away once we finish here. We'll go back over to the canned lava, and then we'll show it. Anyway, that is ASO, and definitely some steam coming out of there, and we'll make that one smaller, and we'll go over to Asama. Asama, about 100 kilometers west of Tokyo, and right now it's got some heavy cloud in there, so we're probably not going to see it. If we go back about 3 hours, nope, it looked even worse. We could kind of see it about 5 hours ago or so. Definitely seeing a pluming, so that is a good sign. That is at 4:25 a.m. and the moonlight is lighting up that plume a little bit. Prior to that, it was in some yucky cloud conditions, and then if we go back a little bit more, we do see that it was kind of in and out of the clouds. And there you go. That's 52 minutes after midnight. Still boasting a plume of gases coming out of that volcano. And there we go. It's even further back, and that is from 2219 or 2220 on the 27th their time. They're on the 28th already, but you see quite a bit of off-gassing happening there, and that could be steam as well as SO2 and many other different gases coming up. So that is what we got. We're going to put that one back on live and make that smaller. Just double checking here, and Sue did get the ice cream boat, so that's all good. Sue, you have to keep the good dock in line. Oh, of course she does. Somebody's got to do it. Anyway, that is what we're seeing there at Sakurajima and the other Japanese volcanoes. Unfortunately, we don't have a shot of Suwanoshijima, and we'll try to remedy that this weekend. I don't know if they do have any live streams on it. I just couldn't find any. We'll see what we can do. Anyway, we'll make that one smaller. I know the other ice cream boat's going to be in soon. We'll see what happens with that. But let's get back over here, and we'll restart that canned lava. And while that is doing its thing, I am going to go look for the double moon shot. And let's see if I can find it. Oh, I'm in the wrong spot already. I need to go to here and locate it, and we'll see if we can show you that. It was kind of neat, so okay. And yeah, don't get confused. There are two moons over Iceland, and there it is. So let's show you that picture in its full glory. And there you go, two moons over Iceland. And that is, oh, thank you for that pistachio there, Sue. That is awesome. And yes, we are on the planet of, what is it, Nibiru or someplace, and where we have two suns or two moons or something. Anyway, that's two moons happening. That's a pretty awesome shot. And for those who are looking at this going, hey, that's a Photoshop thing, no, it's a lens flare. It's a lens flare. It looks pretty cool though. Grenzed, welcome, Kia ora to you. And yep, it's nice to see both moons above Iceland like that. That is really, really quite cool. Does look cool. Yep, I think it does, Henry. I think it is quite neat. So there is your double moon shot. What do you think, Sue? Does that work for you? And that is, of course, that moon is creating glow in a bunch of different places on the water there. So that's pretty cool. I like it. I did capture that earlier, and I thought, wow. At first, I had to look at it and go, huh? It really kind of threw me for a loop. So it is what it is. Yep, it is a pretty, a nice play of lighting. Yep, and that is just the way it was on the camera. And when I was going through looking at what it was like during the night and seeing that, I thought, wait a minute, this isn't right. How come we got two moons? But apparently that's what it is. It's either two moons or we've got a new sun off in the distance there. And Nibiru might be floating by. I have no idea. Anyway, looks pretty cool. So I thought I'd share that one with you guys. We'll leave that be. All right, so while we're here, let's go to the volcano report, and we'll see if we can brighten up everyone's day. No, maybe we'll make it worse. I don't know. Anyway, let's get at it. So late Thursday's volcanic activity. We have 5 volcanoes on the list. First one, Sabancaya in Peru. Faint emissions to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters reported at 1945 yesterday. Semeru, East Java, Indonesia. Volcanic ash to 14,000 feet, 4,300 meters reported at 2000. Klyashevskoy, Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia. Volcanic ash to 17,000 feet, 5,200 meters reported at 2100. Next is Luotalak, Lesser Sunda Island, Indonesia. Volcanic ash to 6,000 feet, 1,800 meters, reported at 2145. And then Reventador in Ecuador. A new volcanic ash emissions reported at 2345. Awesome stuff. And let's get to today's. We have 13 on the list for today. Starting out with Ebu on Halmahera Island in Indonesia. Volcanic ash to 6,000 feet, and that's 1,800 meters, reported at 15 minutes after midnight. And his friend Dakono, Halmahera Island as well, Indonesia. Volcanic ash to 7,000 feet, 2,100 meters, reported at 45 minutes after midnight. So Dakono's trying to outdo Ebu. And then it did it again. Volcanic ash to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters reported at 12 noon. Next one is Suwanoshijima in Japan. Erupted to 6,000 feet, 1,800 meters reported at 1:45 a.m. Boy, did I mess that up. Reykjanes Peninsula, southwest Iceland, that was a separate report. We already went through that. And then we have Aniakchak in the Aleutian Islands in Alaska, or I guess up there anyway. A volcanic ash not identifiable in satellite imagery reported at 4 a.m. I don't know if we needed to know that. Not identifiable. Okay, Sengay in Ecuador, new volcanic ash to 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters, reported at 4:15 a.m. And volcanic ash not observed, reported at 16:15. Fuego in Guatemala, new volcanic ash to 14,000 feet, 4,300 meters, reported at 5 a.m. And then occasional to frequent volcanic ash emissions to 16,000 feet, 4,900 meters, reported at 15:15. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, new volcanic ash to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 6 a.m. And sporadic emissions of volcanic ash reported at 12:15. Klyashevskoy, Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia. Volcanic ash emissions continuing to 18,000 feet, 5,500 meters, reported at 6:15 a.m. and again at 18:15 in the afternoon, or 6:15 p.m. So 12 hours later, still going and going. Thank you, Sue. And next, volcano Sabancaya in Peru. Continuous ash emissions to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters reported at 7:45 a.m. and continuous ash emissions to 23,000 feet or 7,000 meters reported at 1,400. And then Reventador in Ecuador, sporadic emissions of volcanic ash reported at 11:30 this morning. Popocatépetl, central Mexico. Frequent volcanic ash emissions to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 12 noon. Santiaguito in Guatemala. Intermittent volcanic ash cloud to 15,000 feet, or 4,600 meters, reported at 13:15. And Mayon, Luzon Island in the Philippines, eruption volcanic ash cloud, unknown height, reported at 17:15. And that is our wonderful volcano report for today. And thank you, Sue, for sending that in. Awesome stuff as usual. And really do appreciate that. And you do fine work, no matter what the other guys have said. Anyway, all good. Thank you, Sue. I appreciate that. All right, so looking at that portion, that looks pretty good. And I just kind of, well, before we do too much else, I was just going to go check around and see if we had any more quakes in the Azores. And we only have 2 quakes in the Azores, and they're not that big. Well, actually, they have 3 quakes, and they got a 2.2, a 2.3, or sorry, 2.2, 2.4, and a 3.2. And I'm just trying to spot where the other one is. Oh, it's right on top of the first one. So nothing really there. They're both on the East Azores fault line, and I guess it's what it is. Not don't need to go there. And let's see what else we got before we go for a break here. I think we're just about good. I think what we'll do is when we come back from the break, we will have another look. Well, we're going to have a look at the earthquakes around the planet. But maybe just a real quick peek back over at the Icelandic earthquakes there. And we'll just zoom in on that. The number has gone up. We were at 355 or up to 363 now. I don't see anything new out there, but hey, I'm sure we've got a whole slug more. Something that I'm kind of waiting for is a migration to see if this will move over. If we start to see it moving over, then we'll see that the uplift is happening a little bit more in this area as well. Well, we know the uplift is here, but this is on the edge of it. We'll see what happens. I really hope we get to see some lava popping up, and everybody's kind of pointing at, oh, it's going to be Ragnar, it's going to be Ragnar area. We'll see what goes on. So if we do get an eruption here or a little bit further to the west, it will be amazing, and I wouldn't mind seeing something even down here in Nakriki. Don't want it down here in the water. That would be kind of frightful. These are some heavy cliffs here, just so you know. That drops off pretty nasty like in this area. So if it did happen in the water, you'd have a good view of it anyway if you go down the trails here, and you'd be able to see that. So interesting things happening there. But we'll see what happens with this in the next couple of days. Hopefully we will get some stuff popping up The further up it goes, of course, in elevation, the better off we are, and we'll see an eruption eventually. But I do want to remind everyone, and please, I'm not trying to be a bad guy when I say this. This could all just die down and we won't see a thing, okay? This is something that we must keep in mind. Grenz, a rumble chart, all one word, okay? And that will work better. Here, if we do it that, that didn't work. Rumble chart, like that. That's okay, and you don't have to put the exclamation in front of it, and there you go, you got the link for it. So anyway, I'm gonna go for that break, and I just wanted to kind of remind everyone, we've had these swarms, stuff like this before, and we also know that it has died out before. We've seen all kinds of stuff and nothing, and other ones we didn't see as much of a swarming, and then poof, all of a sudden we did get something. So keep that in mind. And again, I'm not trying to be a bad guy when I say we may not see a drop of lava, okay? Just so everybody is on board. All right, and let's put it back onto the canned lava, and we'll get that rumbling. I'm going to go take that break. For those who are here, if you haven't yet hit that like button, I know you may not like that last bit of news that I said, but hey, I'm being realistic, okay? This is a volcano. Volcanoes are unpredictable. Even though we have a magma intrusion, it doesn't mean that we're going to have an eruption. So hang in there, everyone. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to go take a break. If you haven't yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. And on that friendly note, I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. We're going to have earthquakes next. And then we'll go to the SO2. I'll be back. And there we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX on live stream. And, yep, I kind of sort of fixed that rumble chart, the second link in there for the drum plots. So now when you go there, you will see all the drum plots, and you get to choose which one you want to go to. So pretty awesome. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Going South and Grenzad and Kananaskis Country, and Sharon Stewart says, or sings, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000, and I got more laundry to do. And thanks, C&D Boy as well. Anyway, yeah, let's leave that be. We're going to park that canned lava. And, hey, I'm just being realistic. Sing along with a doc. No, don't do that. Let's not do that and just have some fun. Anyway, let's get over to the earthquakes. And that's what I said would be next. So we'll have a look and see what's shaking around the world other than Iceland. And of course, we'll zoom in here first up in the northern areas of the Kamchatka Peninsula and the Bering Sea, Bering Strait, things like that. So we like that. We got a 4.9 there down on the bottom of Russian, the Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia, the Russian thing down here. Anyway, it's doing its thing. That's not too far away from Mutnovsky, that volcano, so all cool. And that one, of course, is 4.9 from 253, 138.9 kilometers down. Moving along the Aleutian Islands, we don't see anything really big there. We do have one little red dot here, 3.9 from yesterday at 1900, 126.6 kilometers down at Cantwell, Alaska. We're pretty close to there. And let's see, going further south here, not seeing anything major. I did want to point this one out, though. This is kind of really weird here. 2.6 out at Creston. And if you haven't ever been through Creston, it's a beautiful area in the summertime. Make sure your vehicle is sound, because there's some large hills in there if you're driving up and down them. I've seen a lot of guys overheat in those areas there, but going mountain climbing. And anyway, 2.6 out there. That's interesting. And we also see a 2.6 here at what is it, Natchez, Washington, and that is 18.3 kilometers down from 1739. Just a little guy, but we figured we'll report it anyway. Nothing really major till we get down to Mexico. We do see this one here, and that's a 4.8, right at the skinny part, and that's where it's going to break. Right there, it's going to break. We're going to have the new Panama Canal. It'll be the Mexican Canal going through here. Anyway, no worries. That's a 4.8 from 1239 yesterday, 111.4 kilometers down. No, hang on, that is today's, not yesterday's. My bad. This one is a 4.7, also off the coast of Mexico, and 3:01 a.m., 10 kilometers down for him. The other one here, 4.1, same kind of area, just a little further out in the water, 3:31 this morning, 10 kilometers down. And not seeing anything else right there, sliding down through Peru and into Chile, and there we go, Chilean coastline, 4.6 from yesterday, 21:22, 10 kilometers down for him. Nothing down here in the South Sandwich Islands, and let's just zoom out, see if there's anything new on the Antarctic ridge areas here. Nothing there. And New Zealand looks fairly stable right now. Tonga had a quake, and that is a 5.6. Came in yesterday at 21:02, 35 kilometers down. Nothing in Fiji, nothing in the Vanuatu, nothing in Papua New Guinea, nothing till we get all the way over here. And this is, what is it, Wayne Gapu. Wayne Gapu? Anyway, a 5.2 in magnitude, and that is 1:49 a.m. UTC, or our time anyway, not UTC. Take 6 hours off for UTC. 85.9 kilometers down for that one. And then we go up and we see the island areas here have a little bit of shaking going on. 1550, we had this 4.5, 76.2 kilometers down. 4.3, and these are all in Indonesia. And this is from 1734, 152.7 clicks down. And next one is Maluka Sea, and that is a 4.9 and 4:05 a.m., 35 kilometers down for that guy. That's not too far away from Ibu and Dacono over here, and they're right in there. So pretty cool. Looking at the Philippines themselves, nothing major going on there. We do have one here in Japan, north of Tokyo, and that's Kasama, Japan area, 4.5. Not overly big, but still there. 10:28 was the time on it, and 107.4 kilometers down for that one. And while we're looking here, this is it Russia or Mongolia? It's Russia. 4.4 from 11:35, 10 kilometers down. Then we got one here that looks like it's in Myanmar. And they're saying India, but I bet you it's in Myanmar if we zoom in on it. Don't know. Where's the border? Hang on, let's put that on a street map. Nope, maybe it is. And where's the border? Yeah, it is Myanmar. So I was right. Darn it. I like when I'm right. 4.8. 17:23 was the time on it, 93.6 kilometers down for that one. And let's go to the next one here in China. 4.7 from 11:10, 10 kilometers down. And the other one is 4.5 from yesterday at 22:38, also 10 kilometers down for him. Then we see a couple here in Afghanistan or Tajikistan. That is Afghanistan, 4.4. 13:13 was the time on it, and it's 212.3 kilometers down. The other one is a 4.7, also in Afghanistan, and it is 11:12 is the time on it as well, 10 kilometers down for him. Looking down here in the bottom, way down, we do see this guy, and that is near Prince Edward Island region. 4.8, and that is from 14 minutes after 6 a.m. Our time, but not their time, UTC. Everybody's got different times, darn it. Anyway, 10 kilometers down for that. And going back up here, we take a look at the Arabian microplate here. I'm not seeing anything there, and I'm not seeing anything new in the Aegean plate or anything moving around there. No more Hellenian arc shakers, and nothing new here in Italy as well. In Sicily, everything is quiet, and we're not seeing anything new on the USGS map as far as that is concerned. We're still seeing that 5.1 though, that they showed in the wrong place. That was at Bardabunga, which was a 4.9, but hey, who's watching, right? Anyway, that's it there. Oh, and we got a new quake up here, 4.0 now. There's got to be two there then, or is the other one? We have seen a 3.9, so that is, when did that come in? 1900. What time is it there? 1900, 7 p.m., so 23 minutes ago. The other one was this one, I think. No, that's definitely not it. Hang on, where is that? Denali National Park. Is that where you go on Mars 2028? I'm just curious. What the heck happened there? And who the heck is a Marshall? Alright. Anyway, that is gone. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to leave that be. Let's zoom in on Hawaii and see what we've got going on there. first off, nothing on the other islands at all, so all quiet on places like Oahu and Maui. Everybody is there. He isn't here, Doc. Oh, darn it. Oh, I might be working tonight. No worries. All right, real quick peek at Hawaii, and you may be seeing what I'm seeing here is that new batch of quakes, which is really cool. Anyway, up top here on Mauna Loa, we got a 2.1 happening at 16 minutes after 6 a.m. my time. Take 4 hours off to get Hawaii time. That one is extremely deep though, 60.9 kilometers down. Now that's getting down into that magma chamber way down there. Anyway, let's look at the Pahala region first, and we'll go through these fairly quick. 3.7 out here in the water. Now that's a little bit bigger than a normal. Typically they're 2s that we see, or very close to it, or smaller. Anyway, that is from 907, 28.1 kilometers down for that 3.7. Next, we got a 2.4, that's a 1227 is the time on it, 31.8 kilometers below sea level. And 1.7 from 1009, 34.5 kilometers down. And the 2.7 here from 1113, 29.4 clicks down. Next is a 2.1 from 518, 34.9 kilometers down for him. And a 2.2 at 5:14 a.m., 30.8 kilometers down for that one. Next one is another 2.0 from 1314, 33 clicks down below sea level. And I think we got this guy already, 2.4 from 1227. If we didn't, we got him now. And that was from 31.8 kilometers down. Now, getting over into the Kilauea Theater, if you will, they've got a few new quakes, so we will take a look at some of them. Let's grab these stragglers first. This is a 2.0 from 1611, 29.3 clicks down. This is a 1.8 from 8:20 a.m., 800 meters down. We've got a 2.2 from 3:20 a.m., 6 kilometers down. And when I'm saying that, that's below sea level, right? So this is a 0.5, 5:12 a.m., 6.4 clicks down. And then we'll run through these here. 2.2, 7:50 a.m., 2.3 clicks down. This is a 2.1, and that's a 4:42 a.m., 300 meters down below sea level. And this is a 1.0, and that's from yesterday, 23:59, and 2.6 clicks down. And then we've got a 2.2, 9:50 a.m., 2.9 clicks down, 1.8 from 23:10, 3.2 kilometers down. And this is a 1.9 from 16:05, 2 kilometers down for him. And 1.7, yesterday's at 20:09, 1.6 kilometers down. And we'll keep climbing up here, getting these other ones. 2.0, 1:51 a.m., 1.1 kilometers below sea level. Another 2.0 from 3:31, 2.5 clicks down. 2.1 from 22:51 yesterday, 1.1 kilometer down. And then we've got 1.8 from today, 15:35, and 2.3 kilometers below sea level. Next one is this one, 1.9 from 8:20 a.m., 1.3 clicks below sea level. And another 1.9 from 7:22, 1.5 kilometers below sea level. And another 1.9 from yesterday at 22:45, 1.2 clicks down. And this one is 1.9 from 10:14, 1.3 clicks down. And we got a 2.5, a little bigger, 1:22 a.m., 200 meters down. Yay! I like that. They're up a little bit higher, so it's coming up. That's what I want to see. That's still below sea level though, so it's still got like a 1,000 meters to go. Or crazy number anyway. 1.9 from 243, and that's 1 kilometer below sea level. This one is 2.0, 1353, 600 meters below sea level. And this one is a 1.9, 1635 was the time on it. 1.2 kilometers below sea level. 1.8 from 243, 1.3 clicks below sea level. 2.6, a little bit bigger, 857 this morning, 5.8 kilometers down, that's a little deeper too. 1.8, and that is from 1:22 a.m., 100 meters down below sea level. I like it. And another 1.8, 706, and that is 6 kilometers down for that one. Now let's see what these 4 in the caldera are. This one is a 2.0, 9:30 this morning, and that came in at 1.6 kilometers below sea level. And this one is a 1.7 at 3 a.m., 5.7 kilometers down below sea level. And the 1.9 from 1336, 4 kilometers down. And the one directly under the caldera is 1.6 from 1113, 8.8 kilometers down below sea level. And that means it's got a heck of a long way to get up to the top. It's almost got 9 kilometers to get up there. Anyway, that's your quakes there for Iceland today. The fact that we are seeing another increase in the quantity, though, is a good sign that we have things on the move there, and we're hoping that we're going to see something. Breaking news. Breaking news. Okay, the main mass bang bang. Yeah, the main shooter has been found unalive. Okay, so all right, that is a very, very interesting update. Thank you, Oz. And it's a very sad story, and when we see that kind of stuff, we have to wonder, well, what's going on in people's heads. And it is what it is. I think the guy just snapped and did what he did. So, okay, AP sent out a bulletin just now. Did he self-terminate? And that is a good question, C&D boy. That's probably what the scenario is. A lot of these people that have that type of a disability usually end up doing that. Because there's no other way out. I mean, that's their plan to begin with. Take everyone else out and then take yourself out. Yeah, dead is a better word. Yeah, well, it is what it is. They believe so and are not allowed to give up info at the moment. Yeah. It's a huge sad story, and I hate hearing any of these. Yeah, he was a veteran. He was also a rifle aficionado, not only a gunsmith, but apparently he was also a trainer for a weapon usage. So, a reservist, yeah. Not a good scenario when you have somebody like that go cuckoo. And that's the only way to be able to describe that properly. Anyway, it is time for me to go take another break. After the break, we will get into doing our wonderful SO2 map, and we'll see how far we get, and hopefully we'll be able to get into the storms as well. We'll leave it on here for right now. This, of course, is our wonderful canned lava. This is our Rebbe in Iceland, and hopefully you'll enjoy that while you're watching it. I did have one fellow there mention about it. He finds it confusing when we call the stream VolcanoX, a live stream, and show canned lava. And of course, it is a filler because we don't have live lava. And that's something we try to, I'd love to have live lava on here all the time, and a wonderful fountaining, but that is not going to happen for a little while. We need a volcano. So that's what we got. I'm a bit, but I'm not crazy. No. It's Lizoid. There is it's certain people just something snaps, and it's like it's a switch, or it's wired wrong up there or something, and it doesn't work for them, and they go cuckoo, and I don't know, like I had psychology classes, things like this, and I can tell you there's so many variances, but some of that, it leads to that serial stuff very quickly, and it's a really, really hard thing to try to point at within the person's real brain. So it's tough to know what's going on there. Something triggered this scenario, obviously. Anyway, let's leave that alone. I'm going to go take that break. And don't go away, you guys. And keep smiling and playing nice in the lava. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX, a live stream. And yeah, we're watching the Rebbe vent there in the Reykjanes Peninsula in Iceland. And that's what this footage is. And we're hoping that the Rebbe vent is going to be a past thing, and we're going to see another one soon. We're hoping, and we'll see what happens. Anyway, while we're looking at that, and I just kind of thought I was going to show you something before we pop over, and yep, it did keep it. All right, loading, and this is our wonderful Chevrolet. Whoops, I hit the wrong button. I want to make that one. And it's a fairly good visibility today, so we can see the egg. There's the egg in a Chevrolet, and that is a spotted gray and white egg, and that is laying there. And thank you there, Sharon Stewart, saying, "I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000." And yeah, the spotted white and black egg there, and that is what we got. Anyway, that's kind of the lava dome, so it's going to build up and build up. It probably will reach the same height as what the previous one was here, and we may see another explosion happen at that point in time. But that egg is, it may take another year to brood, and it will eventually crack, okay, for lack of better words. And when it does, well, we'll likely see it. Anyway, the other shots here. Follow the bouncing lava, sing along with a dog. Okay, the bouncing lava. Yeah. Anyway, that is the medium range shot. Yeah, they've got some dirt on the camera, but that's okay. And we don't see anything pluming out in the back here. If it is, it'll be very small, and we really don't see it so well. And the long range shot looks nice, and I'll let you know how much snow is sitting on that. Anyway, that is it for right there, and I just thought we'd share that real quick. And thank you there, Going South. I appreciate that. Had a look at the other ones here. I was trying to see if Sheldon had anything. Nothing happening there, so we'll leave that on that page. And the next place we wish to go, it will be our SO2 map. So we'll go to windy.com is where I'm going, and we'll set it for SO2, and see what we've got happening around the planet. And let's start, get it over there, SO2. It messed me up. Let's do this. That's when I had to reboot. I was wondering if everything was good, but I guess not. We'll fix it on the fly, and we'll make that happen real quick here. So we'll do a quick capture and get our SO2 up here. All right, I need to get it shaped correctly here. There we go. All right, and I get rid of the other one. All right, that's it. So anyway, looking at the northern hemisphere first, we kind of start out here from the Kamchatka Peninsula and go through. We're seeing a lot more blue, so that really is a good thing to be able to see that. Now, obviously, we see a little bit heavier stuff coming off of the Kamchatka Peninsula itself, and we do have Shivlish, we have Bezimiani, we have Klayashevskoy, and we have Kurinsky, and we have Matnovsky, as well as down here on Parameshir Island, we have Ibiko and Chikaransky. So that all combined, a whole bunch of them creating a wonderful plume there, and that is going in several different directions, including over here onto the Aleutian Islands, making things difficult for us to be able to determine what's coming from the other volcanoes. This streak here, that is definitely from Sheldon, and that is kind of interesting to see. There's some other minor stuff going on. I don't know where everything is coming from, but residual stuff is still floating around. We're still waiting for all of that to clear, but for the most part, Yukon not bad. Northwest Territories not so bad, and Nunavut a lot cleaner than what it was. Looking at British Columbia, I'm going to say fair. Same thing with Alberta, fair. A little bit better in Saskatchewan, up in the northern areas anyway. Down there where Kananaska's country is, he's got a little bit of SO2 happening. Mind you, the levels aren't that high, so that's all okay. And Manitoba has got that band going through it. Ontario, as far as the northern portions, look pretty darn good. It's not till you get down here to the Panhandle where the levels have picked up. Quebec too, looking very nice, as well as Labrador and Newfoundland. Unfortunately, the other areas, New Brunswick, PEI, and Nova Scotia, not doing quite as well. They got some fairly heavy SO2 sitting on top of them. But if this persists here, we'll see a cleaner air there fairly soon. Looking at the eastern U.S., actually not that bad level-wise, and we still see the biggest concentration here in PA or Pennsylvania, and looks like Ohio may be a second, and then of course the New York area and some of the smaller states there. But looks better down in the Carolinas, as well as Georgia, Florida, a little bit there. Alabama is so-so, not that bad though. Those levels are very light, and most of the other states here are doing fairly well, with the exception of maybe in California and up here in Washington, so that's not too bad. And looking at the Popocatépetl here in Mexico, as well as Mexico City, we see that plume going up and getting into Texas. And then, of course, the stuff from Central America is kind of heading out into the Pacific for a little bit there, but it looks like further south here they may have a storm brewing off the coast of Colombia and Ecuador. And it looks like that flow was keeping everything kind of back into Colombia from Nevada del Ruz and his buddies there, and that likely is including Reventador here in Ecuador. Going further south, we see another hook kind of pushing the air back across the central regions of South America, and that will be from Sabancaya here in Peru, getting into Bolivia. It's not that bad though. And looking at Chile, we see that moving all the way across the Argentinian lower areas here, and also going right out into the Atlantic. So down here, still seeing some strange off-gassing of all kinds of different stuff, some mystery sea mounds that we're not aware of, and that is kind of always freaks me out. So where is it coming from? And we do have a bunch of volcanoes in this area, and sea mounds underneath there as well, and it could be just a generalized SO2 because it is getting warmer there. South America, or sorry, Antarctica is warming up. It's coming on to their spring, so we're going to see higher levels as the snow melts and releases a lot of that SO2. Let's go up here to New Zealand real quick. A White Isle volcano looks like it's pushing its plume right onto Auckland, and hopefully the wind will change a little bit and give them more breathing room. Not so bad there from the refinery near Melbourne and Victoria, and then north of Sydney, the coking plants doing their thing. Not sure what this other end is doing here. Maybe they've got some fires or something up in those hot areas. I don't know. Tonga still doing its thing there, dumping out some SO2, and then Vanuatu looks like it's revamped its output and heading to the south. Same thing goes for Gawa and Aoba here in Vanuatu. Normal looking there for Papua New Guinea. Luotolak is still doing its thing here in eastern Indonesia. And then we see Semeru. Semeru is producing quite a bit of SO2. And I'm not sure how much is coming from Merapi. That plume looks like it's really spread out, so hard to tell. And we know we've got a big population on Java, so that's something to consider there. And of course, Jakarta being a very big SO2 producer, so I don't know how much is coming from Krakatau, but likely that is a big pile of people pollution. And then we also have Dempo in that area. That may be adding a little bit. And of course out here would be Marapi and Karinsi, and then up here would be Cinnabon doing its thing. Sliding over to Halmahera Island, and that's Ibu and Dakono working away there, and then we get up into the Philippines and Halmahera Island. No, Luzon Island. How about that one? That works better. And there it is. It's on Mayon, and we do see that SO2 plume from Mayon. Quite a bit of SO2 there. We haven't seen anything from Bulacan yet, and that is in here. We don't see any elevated levels there. Once that starts, we'll know it. Taal volcano right there doing its thing. And listening, napping. Okay, I'm putting people to sleep again. Darn it. Happy nappy. Oh, happy and napping? I don't know. Anyway, there we see that getting out there into the water. So lots of SO2 coming from Taal, and of course the other one is Manila right there. Very heavy from Taiwan, industrial stuff, and looking out here, we got a lot more SO2 now than we did yesterday, and that of course is from Suwanoshi-jima. And then when we look in this area, this is Sakurajima, lots of SO2 in that area. And when we go up a little bit more, look at how dark that is. That is incredible. Those levels are just crazy there for what's coming out of ASO. And that is just amazing to see how bad that SO2 is from ASO. Wow. And going up further north in Japan, we get to Tokyo. We do see Tokyo's got a elevated level, but we also know Asama is off-gassing like crazy, and that is definitely helping it out. So that's what we've got going on there. Normal stuff up there, Kamchatka Peninsula. That changed a little bit now since we started. So yeah, they refreshed it or updated it, but still that circulation sitting right here, that'll keep things swirling around and keep that stuff there. China looking very polluted in its eastern quadrants. Shanghai not as bad as it was yesterday, and what is it? Wuhan is definitely contending for the same level as yesterday. India still not looking very good. Very heavy stuff in the eastern portions there, and looks like Sri Lanka's getting a little bit of a break. Don't see much coming from Reunion Island there, and that is Madagascar, fairly clean. And then of course we've got the South African gold refineries producing a lot of SO2 as well. And getting here into the Democratic Republic of the Congo, we have Nyamurugera and Nyiragongo doing their thing, and then we'll move up into Ethiopia, and up here is where Erta is, and hardly anything coming out of it, so I think it has gone quiet. These heavy spots, and this is from the oil refineries in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, and in Iran. I don't see where the heavy ones are in Iran though. And then of course we move up a little bit more. We also know there's a refinery in Beirut, not that big, but seeing higher levels again here in western Turkey, and that I'm wondering what the heck is happening there, and how come we got a big spot here. That's got to be something that coughed out of Mount Etna. That's what I'm thinking it is. And we zoom in here, we do see Stromboli, as I got some SO2 around it, but we also see that reddish area here from Mount Etna right there. So that's what we've got going on. And yeah, it looks like most of Europe is faring pretty good today. Germany got a little bit of extra levels, but everywhere else is fair. And Iceland is, I got some, I guess, residual SO2 from wherever it came from there. Could be stuff from Sheldon yet, who knows. Anyway, that's been floating around a while. That's what we're seeing. So pretty wild to see that, and hopefully we won't see too much coming from other places. And it looks like a little bit of a elevated level here from Hawaii as well, and that is pretty cool. What? Okay, eruption of Etna is Mount Etna erupting? Is that what you're saying there, Sue? With that email, I don't know what you got there. Let me just send an email. Etna erupt. Okay, you say Etna is erupting. We are at Mount Etna. Let's go to Mount Etna and see Mount Etna right there. I don't see any eruptive activity. Maybe a little bit of a glow at the top. Let's see if we can maybe find another a view or two, and let's see, where's this one looking. There's the top of Etna, and yep, apparently we do have Etna erupting. Whoops, I clicked the wrong button. I wanted to make sure we got good quality. So yeah, there is a glow from Michael 3 hours ago. Oh, is that's as in our wonderful okay, let's take it a look there. I gotta open that, and we'll actually look at it. Yeah, this is from Active Nature, so we'll let that play, and we'll also copy it here, and we'll put the link in. Active Nature, and here's the link, and we're going to pin that. Somebody needs to type something before we can do that, but yeah, that is Active Nature. If you have not yet subscribed to Active Nature, you please go over there and hit that, and we're going to pin this message up. So Mount Etna is got, oh, nice Strombolian activity. Gotta love that. Very, very cool, and beautiful. So that is Mount Etna. That's today. That's right now, I guess, is about, it's not live, but this is what's happening. So definitely erupting, and I just want to add a comment. Awesome, and showed it and gave credit to you, Mike Okay, all right. Great work. Okay, so we'll just make that comment and give them a thumbs up, and let's back that up a little bit. While I was doing that, we couldn't see. So that's what we were seeing there. That's a pretty nice look, and very, very interesting, awesome, beautiful eruptive activity. And I like the fact the sound is in there, but the wind is, it's howling up there. So pretty cool to see that. Good night, one fish. And there's the moon. There's one of our moons. The other one's still hanging over Iceland. I know that. But that's pretty cool. So awesome stuff. So if you haven't yet subscribed there to Michael's channel, Active Nature, he lives down in Sicily, and that is where he does his thing. So I figured we'll show that. That is pretty awesome. And if we go back to the other current view here, we don't see a lot coming out right now, but it is active. So I'm gonna close that one here. Translate. Yeah, this is and this is the current shot from Stromboli. So Stromboli is doing something as well, and that is kind of neat to see also, and that's pretty cool. So we got some action in different places, and of course, well, I want to see lava. We'll see if we can find some more from Mount Etna. Anyway, let's see, SO2. We were looking at the SO2 map. Let's get back to that thing. Honolulu. Yeah, we basically finished the SO2 map. So we wanted to go have a look at quick storm stuff, and we're going to do that real fast. And we'll zoom back out of there and go in, and there they're showing Tammy redeveloped into a storm. It wasn't here yesterday. It's back now. Yay. Or is that boo? I don't know where it's gonna go, but they thought it was gonna fizzle out all the way. It didn't, and hopefully it's not going to be anything major, and it will go away. So we also see those circulations here off the coast of Guatemala and El Salvador, those areas. Some big circulation there, so I'm sure they're going to have some yucky weather. That's why we don't see Fuego so well at times. Quick peek at New Zealand. Looks like they got a big high sitting in between Hawaii and Australia and New Zealand. And that is going to keep some of that cold in place. Unfortunately, they don't have that heat coming down there. It's not being drawn into the system as well. If they get a little more push here, they might get some from Australia. But a quick peek at temperatures here in the Australian continent, and we see up to 40 degrees so far, and that's what we got right about there. And what about over here on this side? And oh, beautiful weather there for Oz. I'm jealous. 23 degrees, very nice. Anyway, let's see. Yep, we see about 40 degrees. That's got to be our high today for the planet, because we don't see anything else anywhere. So that is all good. Quick shot at the satellite image to see how much cloud and stuff is associated with Tammy. Actually not that much, because it had that plume that went towards Europe. It got busted up, so right now it's hard to tell what's this storm going to do. Is it going to keep going north, or is it now going to turn around and come back south? We'll see. And this area here off the coast, as I mentioned there, it's likely going to be bad weather for those guys for a while. And looks like also not so good a weather over here in Rio de Janeiro if you're going for the beaches. And a huge system off of Chile down here on the bottom. I bet you they're getting chilly with that. And here's some more cloud coming in for northern New Zealand. Unfortunately, you do see some open patches here though, looking pretty good. Tasmania cloudy, and then looks like along the bottom here, Victoria mostly covered in cloud. But we see the eastern coast, so a little bit cloudy there in Brisbane and Sydney today, and the most of the outback looking pretty toasty. Not seeing too much. Where was that storm? This one here. Yeah, not much left of it. That was sitting in between New Caledonia and Vanuatu, and it's now moved down a little bit, and looks like it's slowed. There's another ridge line here, though. That could be a potential danger if it develops into a full-blown storm. And looking at the other circulations here, nothing really too crazy until you get up here, and that is well out into the waters. You do see up here in the what is it? Boy, oh boy, Bering Sea. That's what I was trying to say. And then we see more lows here, just south of the Aleutian Islands, and kind of to the east of the Kuril Islands. And those are huge systems. You got twin systems there. So something to look forward to in the future. And we don't see much happening here in the Bay of Bengal, or Gulf of Aden over here. It looks pretty clear as well. And let's see what we got here for Piggy's travel tomorrow. Should be an okay day for her to get on the ferry and be able to go over. Not anything too crazy as far as winds are concerned. The windier stuff looks like it's around Italy, and a little bit of a rain there as well, so pretty awesome. And looking at most of Europe, not bad. We do still have that massive circulation off the coast here of Ireland, and Irish monk is probably getting nailed with some rain. And of course here is Iceland, and you can see we're starting to see more of that lighter color in there. It's snowing there probably. Let's see, precipitation. No, it's not snowing. Oh yes it is, on the edges. So hopefully it won't be too bad there, and hopefully not too much snow in Canada. It looks like northern Saskatchewan and Ontario and Quebec is getting some snow. And let's see, they do show Tammy here showing some weather map there, but nothing too crazy. Yep, Quebec, snow and ice rain. That's not unusual for there. So, and we see kind of a system going all the way across the U.S. from the Great Lakes down to Texas, into Mexico actually. So that's kind of what we got there. There's the stuff down here in Central America. Looks like Panama's been in the pea soup for a while. That central storm that I always talk about is still the equatorial storm all the way around the planet. So pretty cool. And that's it for there. Let's put it back on temperature, and we'll find our cold spot on the planet. Since Australia is the warmest place, let's see what we can find for a cold spot now. And so far I see a minus 64 degrees Celsius, and that was down here somewhere, minus 64. And let's see what else we can find. Minus 63, 58. No, not so good there. Moving around a bit. And let's see if we find anything colder than a minus 64. And we're looking, and 50s, 59, 60. No, don't know. We may not have many other options here. Looks fairly warm, and the penguins will be starting to march soon. There's a 61, 62, 64 in there. Do we have a 65? 63, a 64, right there. And do we see a 65 on the edge of that? No, no. I don't see a 65 yet. That's still all 64. Wow, a long range of stuff there. 64, 61, 63. Nope, I'm gonna be out of luck here, I think. 64 is the number that I found, and we'll check over here again just to double check, because I'm likely going to get a, hang on, I got a minus 65 right in there. There we go. Where are you? I just seen you. You were there. There it is. Minus 65. Do we have a minus 66? I don't think so. All right, a minus 65 degrees. That's all I can find. And what did Sue find? Sue found, minus 65. It's another tie. Awesome, Sue. And yep, that does look pretty chilly though. Minus 65 degrees, and then we've got a hot temperature of plus 40 there in the Australian outback. So pretty cool, or warm, cool in Antarctica, and warm in Australia. There we go. That's it for today's show. Let's pop you back over here and see why we're buffering on that one. Let me see if we can refresh it and make that go. Yep, I'm not going to see too much there. It looks like it's buffering. Darn it, I hate when things buffer. Let's open that in a new thing here and see if we have any other views of Mount Etna that are available to us. And it looks like they don't have many cams pointed that way. Darn it. Nope, that's not one. Where is... Yeah, I think they took down some of their Mount Etna cams. And that is kind of what we got. So this one is... Which one? That one is not working. Yeah. Okay, so we can count that one out. I'm just trying to see if there might be another one or two working here. This is a long-range shot from Etna. That's also not working. Okay, so, yep, what about this one? Nope, not working. Alright, well, I guess we are stuck with watching this one, and that is live. Unfortunately, we're not seeing anything pop out. I saw it on the news today. Did you get snow today? Not on my yard, but up on the hills, hill lots. Okay. You got snow. Way to go. It's a better you than me. There we go. We got a little bit of lava fountaining out, a little bit of a Stromboli activity. Okay, and Going South says, thank you, Doc, for another classic show. Awesome. Thank you for being here, and thanks for letting us be your entertainment. It's always wonderful to do that. Let me I'm going to clean a couple things up here on this one. Anyway, I think we're good for right now. What else do we have? That's a zoomed in version. We can get rid of that. All right, I'm doing the stuff. Anyway, we'll let it play for a while here. Let's see. We'll see if we can fix this up. Settings, just so you know where we're at on this one. And we'll hit that and turn that on. There. There, for those who can't read the top, they can read the bottom. All right, that's it for today. And remember, tomorrow we start the show early. So that is all cool. And a big thank you to everyone for being here and watching today. That's really awesome of you guys. I want to say a big thank you to our super chatters and gift givers. So Linda Schoof threw in a $10 super chat, and Oh Mummy of Hamsters gifted a 5-pack of memberships. That is really awesome. And also big thank you to Arizona Snowman, and to Peggy, and to Sue, and Yvonne Kunkel, and CND Boy, and Siggy, and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies. Thank you, moderators, for being here and helping out. Appreciate that. Thanks, Morgan, and awesome. And a big thank you to all of you who are in here watching and doing your thing. I really do appreciate that, and thank you for being here. And thank you, Grandma B. I appreciate that. And good night to all of you. Take care, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow the show starts early, so be on time and keep smiling. And just to let you know, in case we do see an eruption in Iceland during the night or something, I will go live if I'm awake. We'll do something for you. Anyway, on those friendly notes, take care, everyone, and we will see you all tomorrow. For those who are leaving now, if you're heading out and you haven't hit that like button, maybe give it a quick bop before you take off. And I want to say thank you again, and please take care of yourselves tonight, and we'll see everyone tomorrow. And I'm going to wrap it up with, please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Good night, take care, and oink oink!